Uai, pode ser. Bora partir pros orgânicos, Teteu.
Pai.
Depois vou. Não sei se vou dar pra mim no office hoje. Marcar um call com você depois mais tarde pra mim saber como é que funciona. Direitinho. Hoje. Marcar um call com você depois mais tarde pra mim saber como é que funciona. Não sei se vou dar pra mim no office hoje. Marcar um call com você depois mais tarde pra mim saber como é que funciona. Direitinho. O vídeo orgânico. O negócio do governo.
I want you to build me a spreadsheet of all of our locations and target areas. And go through our domain, go through everything and see where we service. And I'm also going to give you a list of zip codes that we want to target. And then you can also ask suggestions. Keep that to yourself and also make a spreadsheet for us to know and keep track.
Matheus, o BBB tá ligando aí, dá uma olhada, você vê. Você...
Hey, sir. You just called us, Breakthrough Flooring?
Oh, yes, this is Kevin at the Better Business Bureau.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Doing great.
We received an application for your company to become BBB accredited.
Yep,
All right.
that's
and
us.
Matheus name on it. Are you Matheus?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Matheus. Which one is it?
You call me Matheus.
Matheus. All right. I got it right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I just need a few moments to go over the information, make sure it's accurate, so we can submit it for review, and get whatever payment source you want to put on file for your annual dues. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Did you have any questions about accreditation? Anything I need to clarify? Or?
I don't know the cost for us to become accredited. We just got with Angie's list.
Okay.
Our list, like we just bought like some ads like yesterday. We just gotta know, exactly how it works.
Okay.
And I know there's perks, I just don't really know exactly,
Okay, well I can share it with you, and it just takes a few minutes. Credit, are you familiar with the BBB
Yes.
at all, Miss? Okay.
I've heard of the BBB.
Okay. Well, what you're applying for is to be accredited with the Better Business Bureau. It's for companies who reach out to us or companies we contact who we identify to make good BBB companies. BBB, we've been around since 1912. We were started by business owners like yourself. So we're the oldest business and consumer organization in the country. And we're also one of the top search websites in the world. So every few seconds, consumers visit bbb.org. And usually these are prospective customers who are trying to get some information on the business before they decide, who they want to hire or spend their money with. They want to see who they can trust. Okay? And we try to help them out and point them in the right direction by maintaining our accredited business directory. So once you're approved, your company is immediately added to that directory. At that point, over 80% of our visitors to our website, that's where they go because they know those companies have been verified and vetted. Yeah. And those business owners have promised to uphold BBB standards of trust, which say you're going to, advertise honestly, you're going to tell the truth, safeguard privacy, be responsive, and things like that, okay?
Yeah.
It also grants you the use of our Better Business Bureau logo. You've probably seen it. It's a very highly recognized logo.
Yes, I have.
You can put it on your website, and if you download it to your website, it actually creates a backlink to your BBB profile, and that backlink has been shown to help your internet search results.
That's actually really good, yeah.
Yeah, okay. You also get enrolled in our Get a Quote program. If someone wants an estimate from you, they can request it. We'll collect their information and email or text that to you for follow-up. We also have an app that you can use on your phone to get reviews on your BBB page quickly by simply texting your satisfied client.
Yeah.
And as an accredited business, you also get access to our dispute resolution services. If you ever have a complaint or something that you can't resolve on your own, you can reach out to us, and we have licensed mediators on staff who can assist you, okay?
Great.
And if mediation didn't work, you can even ask for binding arbitration once a year. That's if you have something serious and you want to avoid attorneys and court calls. Hopefully you never need that, but it's there for you, okay?
Gotcha.
It can save you on high legal costs. All right. And each month you will get a report that shows you the activity and traffic on your page, so you can see how many views and visits you're getting on your BBB profile. And you'll also be alerted and invited to BBB events where you can network with other business owners in North Georgia, with government entities. We sometimes co-sponsor, educational webinars and things like that, small business administration and those type of agencies. And you also can network with the public from time to time at some events. Some are online and some are virtual. Okay?
And you said, and where does that get posted, like the events, for example?
What was that?
Where did the events get posted?
You'll be notified through your, you'll be communicated with through email or through your BBB portal.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. And our dues are based on the size of your business. We are a not-for-profit organization, so we are fully supported by member companies. And from what you shared here, you have one location.
Yes.
Two employees.
Yeah, around so.
Okay.
It's like we have a crew. They're subcontracting.
Okay.
So.
Okay. We don't count the subcontractors. I mean, like W-2 full-time employees or owners.
Yes.
2. Okay. And is your revenue 1,500,000 or one? What is that? 100,000.
I'm pretty sure it's $1,050,000.
Okay, $1,050,000. Okay. All right. So for your size business, your annual dues would be $1,125 a year.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't want to pay it all at once, we have 4 payment options. I'll share those with you. You can decide which one makes the most sense for you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If you did want to do it all at once, we will discount the first year. You would only pay $1,031. You would save a little over $100.
Yeah.
If you don't want to do that, you can pay every 6 months for $564. You can pay every 3 months for $283.25. Or you can pay monthly for just $95.75. Okay?
Gotcha.
And you're not charged unless you approve. We do need the card on file to submit it for review, but there's no application fee or submission fee or anything like that.
Gotcha. You'll let us know before you go through with the transaction.
Well, once we submit it, once they approve it, it will go through and you get immediate receipt. So it may be later today, it may be tomorrow. It's usually 1 to 2 business days. But if you're not approved, we don't charge you anything. We'll let you know what you need to do to get approved.
Gotcha. Is there a way that after we become approved, then we can go and talk and discuss? Because I still have like another partner.
We can't submit it without a card on file. So if you want to discuss the pricing with him beforehand, that'd probably be the best avenue.
Gotcha.
Because we have to make sure the businesses are on board before we expend our resources with the background checks and things like that.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
All right. So did you want to discuss it with them first, or do you want to?
Yes. Could you? Is there an email with the pricing list? Like you just told me. Because I didn't see it beforehand. So because
it shows you at the end. It usually shows you at the end of the app. If it did on our website, I apologize for that.
Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't find it.
All right. Is the info email a good one for you?
Yes. Or you could do Breakthrough Flooring ATL because we just got that new domain. We're expanding now. Because beforehand we had it was Breakthrough Flooring ATL.
All right. All right. So what's the best email? Breakthrough
Flooring ATL.
Breakthrough Flooring ATL. Breakthrough Flooring ATL at what?
At gmail.com.
Gmail. Breakthrough Flooring ATL. Send an email to you. Okay, so I just sent you the email. Let me know if you get it.
Gotcha. Yep.
All right. So, let me call you back a little later this afternoon, or you want to call me back? Right?
Yeah. Is this the right number to contact?
Yeah, 882-6482.
6482? 882-6482? Yeah.
Yeah, that's my direct number. My name is Kevin.
Great. Nice to meet you, Kevin.
You too.
Thank you so much once again. And
All right.
I'll put on a task to call back.
Okay. All right. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
Matheus, manda esse contrato aí nesse e-mail pro rapaz assinar. Você consegue fazer isso? Toc, toc, toc.
Rapaz, agora sim, ó. Vou registrar aqui, ó. Contracting. Ver se rola uma boa aqui agora. Registrar aqui. Enquanto eu vou registrando, eu vou ligando também. Hello?
Hey, this is Alex from The Voice, actually the foreman. We're calling because your business isn't appearing on the five major voice platforms. So we just need to verify a few details. Are you the owner of the company?
Psyche is actually so good.
Hi, you've reached Ashley Webb with Ansley and Christie's International Real Estate. I'm currently unable to take your phone call, but if you would, please leave a message and I will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Ashley Webb with Ansley and Christie's International Real Estate. I'm currently unable to take your phone call, but if you would, please leave a message and I will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
No, I'm gonna get there.
Telephone number 40495605570 can't take your call now. Re- or 49495605570 can't take your call now. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished,
Eu não consegui ainda. Eu tava só você aqui, tá? Eu não consegui ainda. Eu vou dar uma missão pra você aqui, tá? Eu preciso comprar direto com essa empresa. Direto. Você consegue fazer um cadastro lá nela pra mim, por favor?
Yeah. Yes, correct. Could you also add my personal line?
What is that?
678 886 4023.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll go ahead and send them an email to request for a call back, okay, for assistance.
Great.
Alright, anything else I can assist you with?
I want to think. So we just wait, and you know how long it will take?
Like for today for sure. I can give them a call. I will
Gotcha.
CC you in the email so that you have copy as well.
Gotcha.
Okay, alright. Alright, anything else?
No, that'll be it.
Okay, alright. Thank you so much, Matheus, for calling my Explorer. Have a great day.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Sim, Matheus, tudo certo. Nós vamos chegar lá por volta das 2, 2h30. Eu aviso quando eu chegar lá, tá? Bom, amiga, eu vou falar pra Érica mexer com essa parte do web. Vou te dar até o telefone dela, porque ela é mais sabida que eu. E amanhã nós devemos chegar lá por volta à tarde, por volta de 1h30, 2, é ok?
Beleza, eu vou. Bora falar hoje à noite pra poder você gravar. Uma outra coisa que eu preciso, cara, saber, eu passei pela documentação. Você chegar a gravar algum daqueles materiais lá, eu passei tanto de depoimento quanto aquele da Melissa falando. Se puder, me também passar o link, eu vi que mandou por text, por SMS. Consegui mandar o link aqui também, do iCloud. Eu vi que tinha mandado lá no grupo. Enfim, só para poder resolver aqui rápido. Se puder, me também passar o link, eu vi que mandou por text, por SMS. Consegui mandar o link aqui também, do iCloud. Eu vi que tinha mandado lá no grupo. Enfim, só para poder resolver aqui rápido. Beleza, eu vou. Bora falar hoje à noite para todo mundo ser melhor. Uma outra coisa que eu preciso, cara, saber, eu passei toda a sua documentação. Você chegar a gravar algum daqueles materiais lá, eu passei tanto de depoimento quanto aquele da Melissa falando. Se puder, me também passar o link, eu vi que mandou por text, por SMS. Consegui mandar o link aqui também, do iCloud. Eu vi que tinha mandado lá no grupo. Enfim, só para resolver aqui rápido.
It's a sparkling day at Nate Cat. This is Ava. This call is being recorded for quality and training. How can I help today?
Hey, I want to speak to Laisa.
I understand you'd like to speak with Lala. I can make sure our team follows up with you personally. May I get your first and last name, please?
Matheus de Araujo.
Thanks, Matheus. Let me get your email address so our team can follow up with you.
Hey,
Hello?
hey, is this Lisa?
Yes. Hi, Matheus. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. And how can I help you? I mean, Lala said that you have some concerns
No, she
about the booking.
no, she just said that you were gonna run down the schedule with me tomorrow and Thursday, because tomorrow was supposed to be Tony and Jamie, and then Thursday was supposed to be the Shepler, but I didn't see Tony on the booking koala.
Yes, on booking koala for tomorrow, it is what? Okay, it is Joshua and Jamie. Hello?
Yeah. She also
Yes, Joshua and Jamie Davis. Yes, and that's 11 a.m. until 3:30 p.m.
And what about Tony?
I don't see Tony here.
Okay, I'll just speak to her about that. Because she told me Tony as well. Then I'll just see with her.
Yes, and let me check again.
No, it doesn't show, but she told me, so I had a cleaner for it. But
yes, tomorrow on Thursday you have Ben and Carrie. No, on next Thursday. Next Thursday on August 20th, we have Ben and Carrie, but that's it. Tomorrow is just Joshua and Jamie.
gotcha. Yeah, no, but it's because she told me about Tony as well tomorrow, so I'm just gonna follow up with her about that.
Okay. Yeah, she's like a bit occupied today, but I will check this with her as well, just to make sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so can I help you with anything else?
No, that'll be it. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Have a great day.
Have a great
for
one.
calling.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Impressão. É, não sei, né? That shit fire.
Hi, I'm a call assistant recording this call for the person you're trying to reach. Please say who you are and why you're calling.
Breakthrough flooring for flooring estimate.
Thank you. Please hold while I connect you.
This is ominous.
The person you're calling is busy now. I'll let them know you called. If you would like to add a message, start talking after the tone. You can hang up when you're finished. Please leave your message for
Andre Loudon.
Hey, Jill.
Hey, it's Liz with Fancy's List on a recorded line.
Oh,
How
it's
are you?
Liz. How you doing, Liz?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hi. No, that's okay. Hey, you guys got an email.
To verify?
Yeah.
Yeah, I told him to.
Are you cool?
He hasn't verified yet. That's
Okay.
why.
Okay. I didn't want you to think that it was like some weird scammy thing or something.
No, I told him.
They just gotta make.
It's taking a while, really.
Yeah, we just gotta make sure that it's him.
Yeah. Nah, he just hasn't done it yet. That's it.
Okay. No, I just like I said, Dan. I'm here to make sure we get.
Yeah, no,
everything
please
done
call
right.
us. I mean, if a leak comes through and we don't get in touch, like go ahead and message us about it too. That'll be
That kind of stuff I can't see.
okay. No, I'm just saying, just in case.
Yeah.
We'll get onto it. There's
Yeah,
no
yeah.
worries. I'm just
Anything, you know me, man. Anything that I can see where I can help, I'm on it.
yeah. Perfect.
So, but until he does that, we can't get approved.
Yeah. We just gotta wait on him. I already told him about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's just literally taking a selfie.
Yeah.
I think that's it. So, all right. I will talk to you later today. If let me know. Can you shoot me a text when he does it so I
Yeah.
can keep my eye out?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, perfect. Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up. Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Feedback Plumbing and Drain. This is Heather. How can I help you?
Hey Heather, how are you doing? This is Breakthrough Flooring. Actually, it's a different company.
Okay.
I was calling because I saw that you guys advertise with Huntcliffe. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what Huntcliffe is.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. How big is your company, if I may ask?
What do you mean, how big is our company? How many employees do we have?
Yeah.
Probably 11.
Gotcha. No, it's just that we're calling everybody that in this partner list to see if we can collaborate on maybe they'll work out like a little deal or partnerships where we can help bring someone jobs and then somebody else refers us
I can give the
out.
owner your information.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Okay. Is this your phone number that you call from?
Yeah, this is the business number. Yeah, you can call us
Okay.
back from here.
All right. Okay, I'll give him the information, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. She's not interested. Let's show. Man, it's worse for her. It's like I don't even know what to put. Bro. It seems like it's worth it.
Follow-up com o cliente, ele pedir para marcar algum horário, só não marca nada para o Miquel amanhã, tá? Mas pode ser na quinta ou na sexta. Hope
Recording
everything is
in
well.
progress.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good night, wherever you are. Just some basic housekeeping. Please change your name to your first and last name, just so we do attendance correctly. You can add your pronouns if you'd like. And please turn on your cameras if able to. We do want to see your faces. We do want to see you're doing well. And an icebreaker as people come in. What's been your favorite summer activity so far? So summer is ending for some of us. So what has been a memorable activity you've done this summer? Swimming. Feel free to
Fala aí, beleza?
you can also raise
Tô
your
bem,
hand.
tamo indo.
Says travel,
Pegou um Chick-fil-A?
Peguei.
swimming.
Correria. Tá de boa? Tranquilo?
Gostei, ué.
Legal.
Venice Beach.
Gostei.
And there was so much people. It was so fun. Walking.
Você ia pro display, né? Nem sabia. Cara, nem tinha percebido que era pra isso.
Hiking and traveling.
Aí só falta
I
aqui,
feel like
né?
so much people are getting to climbing nowadays. I had a friend be like, let's go to a climbing gym. I was like, I didn't know it was a thing.
Cara, eu ouvi falar que talvez vocês estão... já tá pensando em pegar um outro office.
Pega um maior já, né?
Ué, e aí o que acontece com esse?
Icebreaker.
Daí tem que ficar o
What
ano
has
todo.
been your favorite summer activity so far?
Ah, já tá falando...
Já tá,
Swimming at the lake.
E se vocês fizessem esse
Charlie
office
said
só pra,
Seattle
tipo,
for a week trip.
comprar?
Yes, that's definitely a highlight for me as
aí,
well.
tipo,
That
colocasse,
was really fun.
não sei, um warehouse.
um showroom maior.
É, só, tipo, só pro showroom, aí... Aqui
Morris
é,
and
tipo...
meeting Justin Pearson and traveling
Yes,
this
that's
summer.
good.
Não, o
Yes.
resto, né? O resto. Não, aqui...
I agree with all people are saying sweet bowl. Yeah.
Aqui vai ficar...
Beach cooking
Vai
and
ficar
kayaking.
basicamente assim, né? Tipo assim, é só pra encontrar cliente mesmo, sabe?
Listening to my
Você só vai
CDs.
encontrar cliente, encontrar
Physical
alguém e
media
tal.
is important, guys. We should
Trabalhar
collect more
aqui,
physical
a gente
media.
vai tem que pegar um warehouse com um office.
Oh yes, Leila, you're the one that told me about climbing. That you do climbing. I forgot. You're right.
Da hora. Cara, ficou muito bom.
Abby said camping.
Eu gosto,
Ficou bom, capela e tudo.
eu gostando demais. Muito top.
Muito bom.
Leila's so cool. I agree.
Não terminou, não? Ixi,
Tem muita coisa pra fazer ainda.
eu nem sei, né? Vocês que têm a visão, só vejo.
Tem coisa pra
Talking
caralho.
about Abby.
Meu Deus.
Someone pass it over to Abby to share an announcement. That's okay.
Thank you so much, Emily, and keep putting your replies in the chat, guys. But I have some exciting news. So we are planning to start an Action Academy film club. It's going to be called Cassidy Dog's Film Club, and we have a bunch of awesome crew leads working on it. We've already decided on our first movie, and it is one that Dr. Jeffries actually talked about in session last week, which was Judas and the Black Messiah. So I'm going to put an interest form in the chat for you guys. We're looking to either start Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. So just put your availability in there. Yes, it is a very good movie. I'm excited to watch it and discuss it with you all. So it's going to be a similar deal to if you guys join the book club meetings. You join 3 of the film club meetings and you get 3 actions. So it's an all or nothing situation. And we're super excited to be launching this. So please, 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 if you are a film lover and you want to knock out some action and watch a movie with us, we're going to be watching it in 3 sessions. So we can also discuss it, and please, please, please participate. Yeah, fill out the form, and we're hoping to keep this going. So yeah, we got this together quick for y'all just because I love movies, and I think there's a bunch of cool movies that we can discuss that relate to Action Academy. So yeah, that's all for me. I'm going to pass it over to Lillian.
Thank you so much, Abby. So I am just going to be doing a couple of quick announcements before we get into the highlights. So fair warning to everybody in the chat, we do have a lot of crew leads who are going to be starting up their school semester. So be sure that you're in communication with them and for yourselves as well as we kind of enter that school year. Be sure you're communicating with your crew leads about any move-in schedules, any class schedules, to make sure that you're making up any sessions that you might miss because of that. And again, just related to be sure to update your students if your schedule is beginning to change as well. We want to make sure that you guys are all getting your credits for any sessions over the next of these last 2 weeks. So right now, here we're about to go into our breakout rooms to discuss our civic highlights. And yeah, so those should be opening up very soon. And it looks like they are open.
Yes, workout rooms have opened. Thank you, Lillian. Please getting y'all workout rooms so that the students can meet y'all there. And y'all know the drill. We'll help you out. Let us know if you cannot see the actual workout rooms. Put it in the chat, and the team will get you into your workout rooms.
Recording stopped.
Natonia, I'm going to fill out Lucia. Okay.
What is happening?
We have Matheus.
Hello.
We were just talking about making sure that you guys are getting your action hour, special sessions, and makeup sessions done if you have anything scheduled. And that I will not be available for those.
Yeah.
Because of this week, unless it's super early in the morning or really late at night. So we can get those scheduled for the weekend. And so we can just jump in to our civic highlights.
I recently saw that Donald Trump signed a executive order that reduces the number of, I think, recommended vaccines or something.
Well, that's lovely.
Yeah.
Vaccine skepticism is one of those things that I find very frustrating because I know for a fact that people have dedicated thousands of hours of research into it. So there's no reason to be skeptical about vaccines. So all of this fear mongering over it, it makes me very frustrated because it's just putting people in danger.
Yeah, and it's like, you're not a doctor, like, you don't, like, I don't know, it's so frustrating because they act like they know a lot of like healthcare stuff, but they aren't.
All right, hello, welcome back to breakout session, everybody. We are going to go ahead and jump right into our
Recording in progress.
So we're going to go ahead and jump into our civic highlights. If anybody wants to raise their hand or sound off in the chat, just talk about what you guys discussed in your breakout sessions. Ooh, Ronaldo.
What we talked about in my breakout room was of ICE detaining a Cambodian dad, and the dad, he sadly passed away right after he was detained, which was crazy. And crazy enough, a lot of other detainees have suffered the same fate. And then for some reason, ICE didn't want to disclose the cause of death to the family. Like, the family was like confused on like how he died. And I read more about like that same story, and turns out like a lot of the detainees, like a couple of them, they sadly committed suicide because of like Trump going back into office, which, I mean, since he got back into office, the number of detainees have increased by like 70%, which is like crazy. It just baffles me to this day. And yeah, that's all about. I mean, that's all I talked about with my group.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's honestly horrific to see that kind of stuff on the news headlines. Thank you for sharing. I think we have time for a couple more. Malcolm?
In my breakout, we talked about the U.S. supposedly being low on the missiles they're using for anti-air defense, like in Iran. And I remember we talked about like how other nations are responding to this like shortage that the U.S. is having, and what that's going to mean going forward. And someone else mentioned how like the U.S. has been burning bridges through like tariffs of other nations like Canada, and how now that the U.S. is showing some weakness and these important anti-air missiles being low, supposedly, that things may not be looking too good for us.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing. We're going to go Grace and then Julius.
So in my breakout room, we went more on the data center side in the tech space because yesterday, Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta, like Instagram and Facebook, released like the 6,500-page essay about how he's not just wanting people to embrace AI, but they're willing to pay people to embrace AI. And like the cool thing about that, well, an insight from that article was how Meta is building this $1 billion fund to give out to communities affected by the data centers that they're building. And an interesting dialogue we had in my group was about how we moved from talking about the different issues caused by data centers to companies really putting price tag on the strategy, on just like the different problems that they cause. And it's like they're really buying insurance policies for people. And I think it's just like a wake up call to where this is no longer something that's theoretical, like it's happening today.
Yes, thank you for sharing that. AI data centers have definitely been a huge conversation happening both here and honestly across all social media platforms. Thank you for your comments. We're going to go to, do we have time for one more or should we head over to guest speaker?
We have time for Julius and then guest speaker.
Perfect. All right, Julius, you can go.
Our group mostly talked about the nutritional issues and disease and how lackluster disease control has been in the U.S. A few examples is flushing bacteria in Louisiana because funding was directly cut for the monitoring of that. Then now there's an outbreak of scrapie, which is a prion disease. And basically everyone is saying there's a low chance that it would spread to people, but considering Britain had the mad cow disease outbreak and now people are just walking incubators of that over there, you can never always just be certain. And then also Cyclospora has jumped to fruits now, even though they also said that it wasn't going to jump to fruits. And there have also been a lot of recalls on jalapenos. I think someone said in the chat, I think baby supplements as well. So yeah, there's just a lot of things getting recalled. No one knows what's actually really happening.
Yes, thank you for that. I have a personal experience with that. It is terrible. So thank you for sharing out with that. So we're going to go ahead and jump straight. I'm going to pass it over to Eli for our guest speaker introduction.
Hope everybody's doing well. I want to give a huge warm welcome to our guest speaker, Bernadette Reyes. Bernadette Reyes is a senior voting rights counsel at the UCLA Voting Rights Project. Bernadette believes that representation of all citizens is the cornerstone of our democracy that can only be achieved through free and fair elections. Bernadette Reyes litigates voting rights and redistricting cases, and supports policy and research efforts to support these rights at a federal, state, and local level. Prior to coming to the UCLA VRP, Bernadette worked as a trial and later writ attorney with the public interest organization Los Angeles Dependency Lawyers Incorporated. As a trial attorney, she advocated in court daily on behalf of patients in juvenile dependency proceedings and sought to reunite families safely. She continued this work on the appellate level, arguing cases in front of the California Court of Appeals. While there, she also advocated for policy changes to ensure fairness and equity in California's dependency system. She holds a JD from Boston University School of Law and her Bachelor's of Arts in Dartmouth College.
Tem cliente que, contractor que era para ter dado dinheiro pra gente, e era esse valor aí. A gente achou que era ele que tinha mandado um wire. Então ele não tinha mandado o wire, você acredita? Meu Jesus amado. Então entrou sim, tá tudo certo. But thank you for looking.
Hi everyone, it's great to be
Sério mesmo? Era esse preço aí? Que coincidência. E ele não mandou. Agora pelo menos vocês viram. Se quiser que eu ache algum jeito de tomar conta disso aí também, tipo os pagamentos dos contractors, não sei como você toma conta, eu posso também ver aí um jeito. Mas aí deu certo então. Gostei muito do view aqui do Floors App. Dá pra ver tudo assim certinho, bem bonitinho.
Perfect. Okay, so I will get started. Okay. Great. So thank you for the warm welcome. I'm really excited to be here. As you all heard, my name is Bernadette Reyes. I'm a senior staff attorney with the UCLA Voting Rights Project. I've been an attorney for about 12 years. I've had a bit of an interesting trajectory. I started doing entertainment contracts, worked my way into public interest and dependency law, and now I'm with the UCLA Voting Rights Project. I've been there for 4 years. I really enjoyed it. I'm a Los Angeles native. I've lived in Southern California my whole life, minus the stints in New England for undergrad and law school. So today I'm going to be talking to you about modern day vote creation. And what I'm going to talk about is essentially what a lot of you have been seeing in the news lately with regards to gentrification. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of vote creation and where we are now post recent Supreme Court cases. But before I get started, I wanted to give a little shout out and some information about what the UCLA Voting Rights Project is. So essentially what the Voting Rights Project is a educational organization housed in the UCLA Luskin School of Public Affairs that was founded by litigator Jack Dunn and Professor Dr. Matt Barretto to kind of expand and grow the field of voting rights activists. So it's a multidisciplinary organization. We have a data side and we have a legal side, and we do a mix of litigation and political science research. And we're heavily student focused. The goal is to train the next generation of voting rights litigators, as well as voting rights political scientists and policy makers. So how do we do this? We focus a lot on what we have at UCLA, which is a clinical education program with students of all disciplines. We have law students take our classes, we have undergraduate students take our classes, PhD and BP students. I think we even had some medical students drop in to our classes to learn about the history of voting rights as well as current litigation and cutting edge research in voting rights. So a little bit about our work. We focus a lot on local governments, which kind of makes us a bit distinct as an organization. We have done redistricting lawsuits for smaller county commissions, such as in Franklin County, Washington, under the state VRA, as well as Galveston County, Texas, under the federal VRA. We've done city cases in Dodge City, Kansas, and we're currently working on a case in Hazel City, Pennsylvania regarding their school board.
We've also done larger cases. We currently have a case open in Florida challenging the partisan redistricting map that I'm sure a lot of you have heard about in the news, where they recently redrew the map after the Calais decision. And we also have led the charge against the mishandling of ballots, as I'm sure some of you have heard on the news, by gubernatorial candidate Sheriff Chad Bianco of Riverside County. In terms of our data side, our data team has performed cutting edge research on voter behavior, as well as other voter turnout issues. Most recently publishing a paper for the Secretary of State of California regarding the Voters' Choice Act counties within the state. So now we're here. Vote dilution. I know you guys have had some explanations about the case law, including the Voting Rights Act. So hopefully this isn't too repetitive, but I wanted to get started on what vote dilution is and where the cause of action stems from. So the most of the cause of action of vote dilution specifically stems from Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which says that no voting qualification or prerequisites shall be imposed in a manner which results in denial or abridgment of the right of any citizen to a vote on account of race or color in contravention of the guarantees set forth in Section 1973B. So what does that mean? So essentially, it's vote dilution. What they're talking about is vote dilution. So what is vote dilution? It's in the title. So it's a way of drawing a map that dilutes the votes of certain minority groups. And it does this in two ways, either through what we call cracking or packing. When you crack a district, you're essentially taking an area of a jurisdiction, be it a city council district, a county commission district, or a state congressional district, and you're seeing where the minority population is, and you're splitting it up. You're dividing it in such a way where the minority population cannot constitute a majority in the district, and therefore are not able to elect their candidate of choice. And the other way that they could dilute the vote is called packing, which is kind of the opposite. You take the entirety of the minority population and you cram it into one district. And what this means is that the population, if it's very large, you could probably draw the maps in a way that make multiple minority-majority districts. So you'll have multiple districts where, say, the Black community or the Hispanic community or the Asian community could potentially be able to elect their candidates of choice, but they can't do that if they're all stuck in this one district. So those are the main ways that we see a racial vote dilution. And then one other term I included in here is at-large districts. So this is another that votes can be diluted without having to do the cracking or the packing. And how this works is that if you have a jurisdiction, such as a city council or a commission, this doesn't happen with congressional districts because it's not allowed under federal law. But if you have another form of government where you say you have 10 seats on the city council, everybody in the city gets to vote for all 10 seats. And the way that this works to dilute the vote is that, say you have the city that's 40% Hispanic, for example. If you draw it in districts, there's probably a way for the Hispanic population to elect multiple candidates of their choosing, just because of how numerous the population is. But if you elect it at large, meaning there are no districts, everybody votes for every position, because that population is in the minority, they will never be able to elect their candidates of choice. It is virtually impossible. Now, these types of districts are generally more rare now, but they have not been completely outlawed. And you'll hear about it later when I talk about one of our open cases right now in Hazleton, the Hazleton Area School District. There are a lot of smaller local governments that still utilize this form of government. It is another way of diluting the vote. So proving vote dilution under the Voting Rights Act, and I say this with a bit of a caution, because this is pre-Calais. The Jingles factors are still used. You'll still hear about this case, Thornburg v. Jingles, and I think you've probably heard about it in your prior lessons. But keep in mind that the way we interpret these factors and this case has changed in light of Kelly, and I'll explain that as we go forward in the presentation. So essentially, Thornburg v. Jingles came out in the 80s, and this case outlined the standards for how you determine whether or not you have a justiciable vote dilution claim. And it shows you how essentially you can win this claim. So you'll hear the phrase Jingles factors or Jingles preconditions or Jingles standards when you deal with vote dilution cases. And this is what they are. So first, there's 3 things that you absolutely have to prove in order to be able to move forward in the vote dilution cases. And these are the 3 Jingles preconditions. So first, you have to show that a minority population is sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a majority in a single member district. So essentially, you have to draw a majority-minority district. You have to be able to do that. There has to be a district where you can get a minority population over 50%. It can be 50.1%, but it just has to be over 50%. And the reason they have this rule, the court explained, is that unless you're able to do that, their reasoning is, why are we here? Because if you can't do that, you can't elect a candidate of your choice, even if we go to single member districts, for example. So you have to prove that there is an adequate remedy to what you're complaining about in your complaint. Now, the second is that the minority group must be able to show that it's politically inclusive. And that is fairly simple. It just means that whatever minority group is bringing a suit on behalf of, be it Hispanic voters, Black voters, Asian voters, they have to vote similarly. They have to be supporting the same candidates in most of the elections. And number 3, you have to show the opposite. You have to show that white voters are supporting completely different candidates. And because they support completely different candidates, it blocks the ability of minority voters to elect their candidate of choice. And 2 and 3, these 2 factors are known as racially polarized voting. That's what you call the combination of 2, and essentially showing that these 2 different racial groups vote in opposite directions. Now, the last thing that you have to show are the totality of the circumstances or the Senate factors. Now, these are a list of factors taken from the Senate deliberations when they created the language of Section 2 to show that there is essentially something akin to like a culture of discrimination in the jurisdiction that warrants judicial intervention. So some of the things that they consider are the history of official discrimination, the overt use of racial appeals in some campaigns, the number of minorities that have been elected to local governments or any governments in the area. So again, just showing that there's been a culture of discrimination in the area. So before Kelly, this has been what you had to meet in order to show a successful vote dilution. And it's not an easy burden, right? So when to prove the Jingles factors and the Senate factors, plaintiffs have had to get multiple experts, experts in their field, to testify as to the satisfaction of these factors. For Jingles 1, you had to get demographers or professional map drawers to show multiple iterations of maps that have a 50.1% or higher minority majority population. The same with racially polarized voting analysis. You have had to show that very complex analyses that have evolved over the years, showing voter behavior by precinct using methods of ecological inference and Bayesian improved survey geocoding, which I wish I could explain to you more thoroughly, but I'm not a political scientist. But these are very, very complicated methods that involve going through multiple election results and voter lists and candidates and seeing how groups supported certain candidates and at what levels. So this was not an easy standard to meet, but it laid out a pretty clear idea of what plaintiffs had to do in order to show vote dilution that violated the Voting Rights Act. So I want to talk a little bit about this case, Allen v. Milligan. And it's a case some of you might have heard of. It started in 2021, and the Supreme Court decision came out for it in 2023. And it was a pretty significant case regarding the Voting Rights Act, because it was one of the cases in the more recent history where folks were concerned that the Supreme Court would lessen the protections of the Voting Rights Act. So a little bit of background on this case. In Allen v. Milligan, there was a challenge to Alabama's congressional maps. And the plaintiffs argued that the maps diluted the voting strength of Black voters in the state. So I want you to take a look at these maps here. So this map where my pointer is at, if you can see it, is the map that was enacted by Alabama. And this is a map that shows the concentration of Black residents in the state. So you see the darker areas are where there's a higher population of Black voters. So essentially what the plaintiffs are saying is that the Alabama map diluted the voting power of Black voters by only drawing one majority Black district. And that district, you can see here by the lines, was District 7. But they could have drawn two. They could have drawn two. And you can kind of see what they mean by looking at this map right here, right? Because you look at this and you see the majority of the high density Black population areas are in this one district, and the rest are kind of split up between other districts. So the plaintiffs are saying, we didn't need to do that. You absolutely could have drawn two majority Black districts. So part of what they did, as required by Jim Move 1, drew up alternative maps showing that you could draw a second Black majority district. Now these are the alternative plans, and you'll see that they do take some of the Black populations here and split it between another district, District 2. And you can see by the charts that in that way they are able to distribute the population more evenly and create a second Black majority district. Now, that all seems fine and normal, and it's going the way a normal Section 2 Voting Rights Act goes. But the reason it went before the Supreme Court was because Alabama lost the district program. The court found they met all the singles factors, you met the Senate factors. You won your Voting Rights Act. But the state of Alabama said, no, we don't agree, because the way that the experts do this now was discriminatory, because even though the Jingle 1 says that you're supposed to draw a map that shows that you can have a majority minority district in certain areas, you should not be able to do that intentionally. What they're saying is that you should be doing that race blind. The very fact that you tried intentionally to draw a majority Black district is discriminatory. That is racial gerrymandering. You should not be able to do that. The Supreme Court needs to change the way you do the Jingle 1 analysis. You make them draw the maps race neutral. You have to use race neutral factors. And I see in the comments strongly that is a case that deals with the racial gerrymandering, so that's kind of what the state of Alabama is saying. You can't do that intentionally because that in itself is discriminatory. So it's an interesting argument that they're making, right? Like the rule says you have to draw this majority Black district, but you can't be trying to do that. which it seems a little absurd on its face, but that is essentially what they're doing. And another argument they make is that this expert did what you call it using its own beliefs, and you'll hear about it a little bit more. As mapping technology has improved, there are ways for map drawings to just enter certain parameters, saying like, this is how many people need to be in a certain district. I don't want to split certain precincts, things like that. Press a button, and I'm sure it's more complicated than that, but essentially can come up with thousands of maps. And the state of Alabama was saying, hey, out of those thousands of maps, only a few of them had a majority Black district. Therefore, I'm like, you also need to take that into consideration. So essentially what they were asking the court to do was impose new restrictions on how you're supposed to meet the jingles factors and make it significantly more difficult for plaintiffs trying to meet these factors under an already fairly difficult standard in order to be successful. Luckily, the Supreme Court ruled against the state. They argued essentially that this interpretation is incorrect. Map makers don't need to be race blind when they're drawing the jingles 1 factors. And there's no need for this race neutral benchmark. You know, you don't need to take into account, you don't need to compare it to other quote unquote race neutral maps. And part of the reason too is that when you think about it, and our group wrote an amicus brief for this case, is that, you know, you have a lot of people touting race neutral in the legislatures when they draw the map. One thing that is important to consider is that the people that are drawing the map, the legislatures, the local government, they can say that they're not taking into account race because they're not looking at racial numbers. There's not a map, there's not a chart that shows you where certain minorities live, but they know the area. They know where racial groups are. So the idea that they're arguing for race neutral maps is a bit of a misnomer, right? It's not 100% accurate because folks know where certain minority groups live. And it's easy to think of an alternative way of saying, hey, I wasn't thinking of race neutral. I wasn't thinking of race, I was thinking of X, Y, Z factors. So essentially the court rejected their arguments based on that. And then, yeah, so that was in 2023. It was a big win. Everyone enjoyed it. Little did we know Calais was coming next. Sorry. Allen v. Milligan. So after this, after the state of Alabama lost, the court ordered them to draw a second majority district. And I'm showing you right here what they ended up drawing. Not a second majority district. So they openly defied the courts and said, we're gonna draw another map and we're not gonna make a second majority district, this is what we wanna do. So what had to happen was that the court had to appoint what you call a special master, which is an outside independent demographer, to draw a map. And Alabama was forced to use that map because they clearly were not able to do it themselves. Usually courts give states the first chance to draw their own map. But as you see in this Alabama case, clearly that was not something that they were willing to do. So some examples from some of our cases of dilution. This is our Navajo Nation San Juan, New Mexico case. This was the case that was filed in 2022 based on the 2021 redistricting, and that settled in early 2024. So essentially what our argument was is that if you look at this map, this is a map of San Juan County, New Mexico, and our argument was that the Native American vote was being diluted. And I want to show you is, if you look at San Juan County, most of this, the darker red, is where the Navajo population is. A fun fact is that 2/3 of the county was actually on Navajo reservation tribal lands. However, the 5-member commission had only had one Navajo representative. And in their 2021 redistricting, you'll see here, this is District 1, they had a really high population of Native Americans in District 1 and a facade district is what we called it, a barely over 50% district in District 2. And you look at the population, there's definitely a way to make to more evenly balanced districts. And one thing I want to note, it looks like they're both evenly distributed because of how big the Native population is here. It's important to note that this is very rural areas. So these areas are not very densely populated. So it would need to be a little bit more spread out to have a better balance of population. The higher population groups are actually in District 5 and District 4. That's why the districts are smaller, because even though these are a bigger landmass, these are where most of the bigger cities are located. So I just wanted to give that, that little tidbit. So what we ended up doing though is settling on a map that more evenly divided, that balanced the populations. And that map is under election in 2026. So we'll see how things go from there. This is another example. This case is still open. It's a Galveston County, Texas case, and we were challenging the commission maps. So if you look at this, this was the map that was in place before the 2021 redistricting. These areas are District 3. This is where the Black and Latino population had a majority district, and this was the only district in the commission that elected a minority candidate out of the 4 districts. They changed it in 2021, and you can see the difference. So this is District 3 before the 2021 redistricting. This is District 3 after. And it's significantly different. The Black and Latino population, where you see is in the darker blue, is almost completely taken out of it. And so they eliminated the one performing majority district. And we were actually successful in that case for the Section 2 vote dilution claim. Unfortunately, though, this case was appealed to the Fifth Circuit, and they overturned about 30 years of precedent to reverse our decision, saying that you can't have what they call coalition districts. And what a coalition district is when you combine more than one racial minority group to meet that 50% threshold for Jingles 1. So for our case, the Black and Latino population, they were politically aligned, they had voter cohesion, but there was not enough of either group to constitute 50% in that district. And because of that, the Fifth Circuit said this is not allowed under the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So this case is still ongoing. It's based on other claims now because we were foreclosed from that vote dilution claim. But I thought that this was a good example of how states drastically shift their map to attempt to, in our argument, dilute the minority vote. And then I want to go to Louisiana v. Kelly. So this is a case, again, that I've been mentioning a lot, you've heard a lot about, whether it be in your lessons in the news, and this is a case that drastically changed Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And I want to start from kind of how it started. How did this case come to the Supreme Court? And it had a bit of a complicated route. This case came to the Supreme Court after their Voting Rights Act claim had essentially been settled. So Louisiana was originally sued under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and the people that sued them were successful. This case they actually appealed to the Supreme Court, and the court just sent them back, and the appeals court said, look, we've looked at all the evidence, and we think you're going to lose this case, Louisiana. We think that this map dilutes the vote under Section 2, so you can either draw a new map that adds another minority district, or we're going to draw, or you can go to trial and you're probably going to lose. So they chose to draw their own map. But what I show you right here are the differences between the map that was proposed. This map was proposed by the plaintiffs in the original VRA case, and this is the map that Louisiana enacted. And I don't know if you guys can see the difference between them, but look at these maps. The districts are pretty compact. They make sense visually, just looking at it visually. And I think that's what we referenced Shavi, and that's something too that is helpful. Just looking at it visually, if it looks compact, it helps, right? This was the majority-minority district that they drew. And if you look at it, it stretches from here all the way down almost to the other end of the state. This is what Louisiana chose to figure out, instead of something like this, which was significantly more compact and probably palatable to the court. So this, a lot of people argue, is the reason, their decision, the state's decision to draw a map like this is part of the reason why voters later filed suit and challenged this map, saying it was a racial gerrymander. And their argument was essentially, like, look at it. Like they were just trying to grab the pockets of minority voters without, and that's racial gerrymandering. That's not okay. And so I know somebody asked, why did they make districts go into the counties unevenly? Exactly, right? That's the point, right? They were, they could have drawn this in a way that was much more compact, that kept more counties together, and instead it was drawn like this. And that's, you know, that's the point that people argue when you argue about whether or not something was a racial gerrymandering, because other aspects of it doesn't not make sense. So post-Cali redistricting, I'm not going to go over it because I know, I'm not going to go over Cali too much because I know folks have already heard about it in your past lectures. But essentially what it did was make the jingle standards and the totality of the circumstances standard harder to meet. And some of those ways that they did that is forcing folks to disentangle race and partisanship when you're conducting your racially polarized voting analysis, as well as when you're looking at the motivations for drawing a map a certain way. As folks know, especially today, given like the racially charged language of politics, race and partisanship are very hard to split out. So that alone makes it incredibly difficult. That also coupled with drawing alternative maps. This is specifically for racial gerrymandering cases, but Kelly has alluded that this requirement also has bled over into Section 2 cases. The requirement that you draw an alternative map based on the criteria that the state or the local government, whatever, set they use. So if you have a state saying that, hey, I drew this map isn't about race. This map is purely to get a Republican advantage. It's hard to draw an alternative map that keeps, say, the Hispanic population and the Black population together, that also performs for Republicans. So that is another part of it that has made it more difficult, as well as what the Calais court refers to as inferences of racial discrimination. There are different causes of actions you can bring for these types of discriminatory maps. I've mentioned vote dilution, but there's also intentional racial discrimination. And that is more difficult to prove because it's more difficult to prove that somebody intended to discriminate. And part of the reason courts have said, and this is, fairly obvious to most lay people, is that people aren't going to say, I'm drawing this map because I want to discriminate. They're not going to say that part. So you have to find other circumstantial evidence that supports it. And that standard is harder. It's difficult, and because, again, people aren't saying this out loud. So a lot of people are concerned that this new Calais decision is putting that requirement onto these vote dilution cases. I disagree with that interpretation, and Alito specifically says that he's not putting that on, but a lot of people have inferred that. And I think a part of it is but he uses this language of inferences of racial discrimination and requires that the discrimination be more recent. And now that's important too, because when you look at the Senate factors, the first one, and the one that a lot of people focus on, is that history of discrimination in the area. And a lot of these jurisdictions, you'll see there's a lot of cases in the South. And a lot of that analysis goes back to the Civil War era, the Jim Crow era, things that took place over 100 years ago. And the court has essentially said, that's too far back. Like, you need recent instances. But as you know, discrimination didn't end when the Civil War ended, or when the Jim Crow era ended, or when the Civil Rights Act passed. It might have become less obvious, but it had lasting effects that led into the circumstances of these communities over 100 years later. So that added an extra burden onto plaintiffs. So, Kelly, with all of this together, made it not an impossible standard, because organizations like BRP and other organizations are still going to be challenging, but it changed the standards, and it made it more challenging to meet. So, post-Kelly, what happened? I want to start with Louisiana, because this was the state that led to all of this. They immediately drew a new map that eliminated the second majority district, and you can see it. So this shows the blue and green areas show where there are higher densities and Black populations, and I want you to compare it to the map that we have here. So they eliminated that line. That's the 6th district. They eliminated that map, and there's only one Black majority district, and that's District 2. You can see it takes parts of New Orleans as well. The map was passed very quickly, but because the primaries were coming up and had already been underway, the governor actually put an emergency pause on the primaries and moved them to July. And 100,000 people or so had already voted when that stay went into effect. So that's just an example of how these things have moved in light of Calais. And not only that, there have been reports, just based on filings by the original plaintiffs in Calais, saying that they have concerns about the new map that have been passed. And why? Because it still contains one majority Black district. And they still argue that preserving that district that they say was wrong in violation of Calais. So there were concerns about that. And that is something that you'll hear about more often, that these majority-minority districts are a violation of law in light of Calais. Now, legislatures in Louisiana didn't say this, and some speculate that the only reason they didn't eliminate all the Black majority districts was because it was made to be Republican districts. So we'll see how things move forward from there, but that's what happened. And I saw in the chat, can you just put a pause on election? They said you could. It's one of, there's something called the Purcell principle that I'm not going to go into too much. But it's been used a lot to say that even in successful voting rights cases, that you can't change an act too close to an election. And the way folks have gotten around that is say a court can't change an act too close to an election. A state, I guess they can. Is what has happened because Louisiana has been allowed to move forward with this act. Next, moving on to Tennessee. Now, Tennessee was one of the first states that actually adopted a new map following Calais. And I just want to show you an example. This is the picture of the new map, which is taken from the state website, adopted May 7th, 2026. Calais came out April 29th or April 30th, 2026. So they moved very, very fast. This is another example of how voting is existing. So this is the original map. And again, you can see by the population is largely contained like that and then look at the new map, and Memphis is split up between 3 districts, 5, 9, and 8. So that population is completely split up. So again, it just shows how quickly this can happen in light of Cali. Alabama. I told you about the Alabama case earlier, and talked about how that was a win for voting rights organizations, voting rights activists, because in that case, the court decided not to change or not to heighten the standards of the Voting Rights Act. Well, after Cali dropped, Alabama came back to the court and said, hey, remember when we made a change our map and adopt the second majority district? Well, in light of Cali, we should have passed it to them. And the Supreme Court sent it back to the lower court for evaluation in light of the Cali case. And the lower court said, no, you still have to use the map with the 2 minority-majority districts, because not only was this map diluted, this was intentionally diluted. This was a violation of the 14th Amendment, not just the Voting Rights Act. So Cali doesn't change anything. You still have to keep the map. And the Supreme Court overturned that decision. The Supreme Court said that because of Cali, you need to disentangle race and politics, and you need to do all these evaluations that we set out in Cali. And this is a decision that folks are still entangling, because Cali dealt with Section 2 vote dilution. And I explained a little bit earlier that that's different than intentional discrimination cases under the Constitution. The standards are different. So applying the Cali standard is a bit confusing because it's not a dilution case anymore. They're not holding that this is a disparate impact case that has nothing to do with it. So this is something that folks are waiting for a little bit more information about, because it was not a full decision. It was not granted cert yet. It was just granted an emergency stay. Kind of waiting to see how the court applies it. But the concern is that there is a blurring of the lines between standards, and if Cali is actually going to affect these other powers of action for voting. Other efforts. So, like I mentioned, and I'm seeing in the comments, Florida also redistricted in light of Cali. Theirs was based on the ruling in Cali and them saying that minority-majority districts that they had were unlawful. In Florida, and this is a little bit related to our lawsuit there, they have a ban on partisan gerrymandering. So the argument is, you can say you drew a partisan map and that works in those places, but in Florida, the citizens back in 2010, I believe, voted on an amendment to the Constitution banning partisan gerrymandering for the congressional district. So that's a case that's still open. There was a request for a temporary injunction, meaning like an emergency order from the court saying, no, you cannot use this map for this election. That was denied, but the case is still moving forward. So something to keep an eye on. There's us and 3 other plaintiffs that are just looking at this. South Carolina also attempted to redistrict following Cali, but they had a lot of pushback and were not able to get that through. Galveston County, Texas today. I know I promised an update on Galveston. That case is still open, but stuff has happened since that. Recently, in light of Cali, like I mentioned, there was briefing and oral argument about it, but before that briefing finished, Galveston County enacted a new map They drew a completely new map, and they said, okay, we're drawing this for partisan reasons, which is allowed now, and the case is moved. So this is something that you might be seeing more of in other cases. Luckily, the judge, as recently as Friday, issued a decision saying the case is not moved. The timing of this is suspicious. The reasoning is also kind of suspicious. So the case is still open, and we recently filed an emergency petition with the Texas State Supreme Court because another interesting thing happened in this. The primary elections have already happened, and then they drew a new map, and they're trying to use this new map for the general election. This is an interesting situation because, like you saw in Louisiana, they paused the election. It had started, but it had not completed. Here, the primary election had been completed. So this is somewhat uncharted territory. So we'll see how things move forward from there, but it is just to kind of show you how things have been moving now in light of these new rules regarding map drawing and vote deletion. So what next? I understand a lot of what I have mentioned as not been great updates in terms of Voting Rights Act cases and vote deletion. But like I said, there are still paths forward, and the Kelly standards are not impossible. We have an open case in Hazleton right now. It's an at-large election district where there has been a very large Hispanic population that have not been able to elect their candidates of choice on the 9-member school board. One important thing to note about Hazleton is that I think over 60% of the school's population is Hispanic, and not one Hispanic person, despite many run-ins, has been elected to the school board. We are trying to amend our complaint in light of Calais, and you have to adapt. You have to look at certain factors. Because partisanship is an issue, you have to look at primary elections. You have to look at the technology that you're using for these types of cases. Judge Alito, if you read in the Louisiana opinion, is hinted that, those mapping programs where you can spit out thousands of maps, you need to start using that more, because that is evidence that we are going to rely upon. And again, focusing on more recent instances of discrimination. So it's important to note that you need to not only look at stuff that happened 100 years ago, but you need to look at stuff that happened 5 years ago or 10 years ago. So this is the way that our group and other folks are beginning to adapt to these changes. State voting rights acts. These are incredibly important because, as we've seen, voting rights have been eroded by the executive and by the Supreme Court. So more and more states have been enacting their own versions of the Voting Rights Act. UCLA is part of a group in California, a partnership of several organizations, including the ACLU, the SEIU, Common Cause, Asian Law Caucus, a number of voting rights groups, trying to update the California Voting Rights Act. It was one of the main voting rights acts, the first voting rights act in the country, but it was enacted 20 years ago. And it only bans at-large elections. It only applies to those. So it hadn't been updated to include single-member districts. That's an important thing to consider. And I know a ton of other states have recently enacted their own versions of Voting Rights Act. And this provides causes of actions where plaintiffs can't meet the high burden of the federal Voting Rights Act. Get involved at the local level. So I think this is an incredibly important thing for folks to be doing. Like I mentioned, we focus a lot on local governments, but it is important to go to these meetings. This picture here is from our Galveston County case. There was only one meeting held on the new maps that were enacted, and the community turned up. There was a video of the meeting. There were several statements made, and these statements that show that the local jurisdictions that are enacting these maps know that they have an discriminatory effect. They can't hold their ears and say, I had no idea what was happening. That was not what we meant at all. Go to these meetings, make a record, say something, because it's incredibly important and incredibly helpful, especially given these higher standards. that are going forward for these new vote deletion cases. And also these maps at the local level, I know it's mainly the congressional districts that really are on the news, but these local jurisdictions do so much for the communities they serve. It's incredibly important. I mean, you heard from our Galveston case, for example, about hurricane help because of the devastating hurricanes that had happened over the past couple of decades. And the amount of support that you get from some of these local governments really affect your day-to-day lives and just your lifestyle. So it's really important to not only monitor these bigger mapping changes, but the local ones as well, because it's easy to let those fly under the radar, and the same types of high level discrimination happening there. And partisan gerrymandering. This is a tough one because it's something that only Congress can do. Like I mentioned, some states have banned partisan gerrymandering. On a federal level, it has not been banned, and that is why so many of these maps have been allowed to move forward despite their discriminatory effects. And I understand that partisan gerrymandering has been used by both sides, right? One in response to another. But if you end partisan gerrymandering, period, you will be able to lessen the amount of intentional or unintentional discrimination for minority voters, and I think that's incredibly important to consider. And lastly, votes. I know after all of this, it seems kind of depressing, and it seems less motivating to vote when you are seeing these maps being drawn for you, where it seems like the results have been decided for you. But I think it's incredibly important because there are concerns, right? Like when I mentioned why Louisiana didn't completely eliminate all of their districts, it's because are they drawing some of these maps too thin? Are they spreading out their partisanship groups too thin? And these maps have spurred record levels of voting, which is incredibly motivating and incredibly important. I think the Tennessee primary just happened, and there are some reports that Black voter turnout has been the highest that it's been in over a decade, which is just incredibly important. I think a lot of folks on these maps are relying on groups not turning out, but I think it's important to turn out more than ever to show that, yes, you can draw these lines, but if folks really turn out, maybe you can use these lines. So I just think it's incredibly important to keep voting and to keep trying to make change. And yeah, I hope this presentation was helpful. And with that, I will open it up to questions.
Mas também é porque eu não identificar ainda como eu entrar no site, como eu entrar mesmo na companhia do YouTube, eu vou fazer 15% do trabalho.
Any questions?
Não, só vai fechar, porque praticamente ficou um pouco da equipe toda, tipo, pela parte de marketing, do SEO, esse negócio.
You guys can feel free to raise your hand or type it in the chat if you have any questions. Oh, I think Alessandra had your first question. She asks, how can we support the ongoing cases?
I mean, I think as of right now, a lot of it is up to the courts, right? But I think for most of these cases, right, looking at Florida and stuff, the maps are in place. For a lot of these cases, the maps have not been stopped. The maps are in place for 2026. But really work on voter outreach and get out the vote effort. Because like I mentioned, like voter turnout is absolutely important. So I think that's the best way to support it. Great. I see Lexi.
Hey, Bernadette, thanks for being here. Quick question for you. Just from a landscape look, do you see an acceleration of efforts in this current administration to subvert the outcomes of the election this coming midterms, or are you seeing some lines of defenses so that it's not going to happen?
To subvert the results of the election?
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think, as we're kind of seeing, the administration is already attempting to sow seeds of doubt into whatever the results of the election are, starting now. I don't know if folks caught the address by the president just a few weeks ago, where he made a claim that there are thousands of non-citizens on the voter rolls in states like, I think it was New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and California. So by making statements like this, and with the support of the Department of Homeland Security and DOJ backing up their claims, they're already putting those seeds, right? They're saying like, oh well, if elections are lost, then it's because of X, Y, Z. It's because of non-citizen voting. You also see this with vote by mail. I live in California, and we have gotten a lot of flack for how slowly we count our votes, because it's a huge state, and we allow for no excuse universal mail-in voting. You've heard people make statements about that, like, oh, like, why did it take so long to count? They're like accepting ballots that have been, submitted after people that voted after the election, which is not true. It just gives them more leeway for ballots to arrive. But there are these seeds of doubt that have already started months ahead. So folks will definitely have talking points and excuses to use if the midterms do not turn out in the way that they necessarily want them to. Now, whether any of these accusations are true, I mean, I would argue none of them are. That is beyond the point, right? Because if you're making these broad statements and saying, oh, we have proof, we're not going to show you this proof, but we have proof that all this stuff has happened, it makes people doubt the validity of any elections results. Anything else? Okay, I'm seeing some questions in the chat. Is the district system always in place now? How do we end up with the system we have now? Are you talking about like single member district? I mean, districts have been, folks have been slowly moving towards districts, at least I know in California. Like I mentioned, the California Voting Rights Act in its original conception, and today it still was mainly focused on at-large districts, because the Supreme Court has said, even though these at-large districts are not per se discriminatory, they have a lot of potential for discrimination because of the way they drum up the voice of minority groups. Whereas single-member districts were less suspect. So a lot of places have moved to district systems to avoid that hint of discriminatory purpose, and so that's why a lot of these elections have started taking. A lot more of these elections have started taking place under that system. And I saw a hand raise.
Yes, I had my hand raised a moment ago. I just had a thought about what he's talking about with Trump making claims about there being voter fraud in different states. And my grandmother actually brought that up to me yesterday, and I was wondering if you had any way for me to have any way to explain it, or if it was even worth my time. Because honestly, it doesn't feel like it is, but there might be some information I could attempt.
I mean, I think the biggest thing to mention for folks is that voter fraud is really real. There's a lot of talk about it, but in terms of how much it actually happens in reality, it's kind of not enough to affect the election. Because think about it, right? The penalties to voter fraud are very high. I believe they're felony. And what is the benefit, right, of one person voting when they're not eligible to vote? Your one vote versus jail time, thousands of dollars of fees. Like, why would you do that? It's just like the analysis doesn't make sense. It's big risk, high reward crowd. That as a lawyer, again, I'm against crime, but like this is one of the worst ones because there's no benefit, and that's why it's so incredibly rare. So all of these statements of like voter fraud this, voter fraud that, don't really have a basis in reality. It's just there's no evidence that it's happening on this large scale that folks are talking about. So I think that's the biggest thing to mention. Because voter fraud is this huge expensive. In reality, it's not really a big issue because it's just not happening. So I think that is the biggest thing that we can try to do. And the ongoing cases that we have, not because I know of, I know you guys will go in other areas, how well that was worked out before. Obviously, there's something that but I don't have the specific and I think that varies because depending on congressional districts, for example, like one county, I just said one county might be small. You have to think of population balance when well districts. But you can't have one district be double the size of another district. Yes, say the people with one person, one vote, where your vote needs to have a census, right? Other districts. So depending on how sizes and stuff like that, it might not always help how small but there are things called traditional principles, and that is one consideration, right? Like county lines, precinct lines, city lines, it's the stuff that is taken into consideration when you're drawing. Any other
so much for answering all of our questions and just coming in to speak with us today. I'm going to get started on wrap-up so we can respect everybody's time. But it was really nice, at least for me, because I also want to go into law, and I know a bunch of students here do as well, so it's nice to hear your perspective as a lawyer and on all this case law, and also for us to hear these in-class concepts. Yes, share some love in the chat. To hear these in-class concepts applied to like current case law and current cases that you're working on. And it's just informative as a whole to see how the Supreme Court cases shape the interpretations of the Voting Rights Act in modern day and the historical evolution of voting. So yeah, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to answer our many questions and to just keep us as young people educated. Okay, so yeah, feel free to like show me more love in the chat. I'm gonna go ahead and give a brief reminder for the next session, which is if you miss any sessions at all, or if you're not sure if you missed a session, please reach out to your crew lead to make sure that you completed all your requirements. Because as we're nearing the end, like we only have 2 weeks left, your attendance, your special sessions, and your action hours, those requirements are what determine your eligibility for the stipend, and we're getting started on that very soon. So just be in contact with your crew leads to make sure that your requirements are fulfilled. And don't send us an email like 1 week to go and be like, hey, is everything good? Like, we need to get started. So just be nice with your crew leads and get that figured out. Okay, and if anyone has any questions, feel free to drop it in the chat. Wait a minute.
recording stopped.
Okay, thank you, Liz. Thank you to our guest speaker, Ms. Bernadette. We really appreciate you for coming. Right now, we're going to have After Curtis with Larcy. Do you have any further?
Thank you for calling Thrive. This is Trish on a recorded line. How can I help you?
Hey there. I think you guys contacted us. We just try to get a listing going for Breakthrough Flooring at Yellow Pages. We're wondering if that went through or not.
I'm sorry, the connection was bad. What is the name?
Breakthrough Flooring. We try to list our services on Yellow Page. We don't know if we actually got it or not.
All right, let's see what we can find. What is the phone number to the business?
770-230-5091.
Let me just a second. 770-230-5091.
Yes.
No, it has not been completed. We tried to call yesterday and left a message that we were reaching out to get that taken care of. I'll be happy to get that set up for you.
Okay.
All right, may I have your name, please?
It's Matheus Araujo.
All right, and can you spell the first name for me?
Yes, Matheus.
Would there have been someone with the last name Barbosa?
Yes, that's the actual owner, but I was filling it in for him.
Okay, no problem.
I take care of everything.
Right. And the phone number 770-230-5091 is the business line?
Correct.
Okay, and you're calling on?
I was calling on? I'm sorry, on the business phone line.
Yeah. Okay, the number 744-7828, is that a business line?
Yeah, I think it's the Google LSA line, that's why.
All right, let's get you set up here. So I'll go over the information that I have, gather the additional information that we need, and make sure that this listing meets your goals or expectations. And anything I can't help with or get completed, we'll get you the right person that can. All right. Is this a new business we're working on?
I'm sorry. Yeah, not new. It's not a new business, no.
Okay, how long have you been in business?
Since 2023.
All right, and do you have a website you'd like to link to the listing?
Yes.
And what is that website?
BreakthroughFlooring.com.
Just a moment while I get that site pulled. So are you guys trying to get a better online presence, increase your Google, Yahoo listings? What's your goal?
Yes, increase the presence everywhere.
All right. And what is your target market area? How far of an area are you looking to be down?
All around like North. No, is it North Cobb? No. North Atlanta.
Well, give me just a second. I'm trying to get your website, but it's got pop-ups and it's stopping me from copying that link. Just a second. Get. All right. Just me over here talking to your website. Sorry. All right. And the business address is at 1010 Huntscliffe?
Yep.
Is that a street, avenue, boulevard?
Yeah, it's just 1010 Huncliffe. Maybe office suite, potentially. If that, usually it's just 1010 Huncliffe. It's actually surprising.
Okay, what's your business address? If you were sending yourself a piece of mail.
Yeah, it's 1010 Huncliffe. 1010 Huncliffe, office suites. Maybe.
Okay, so you guys rent like an office space.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, got it. Okay. And your suite number is?
1230.
And that's Sandy Springs?
Yep.
All right. And you're a flooring contractor?
Yes, correct.
All right, and would you like me to list business hours on this listing?
Yes, you can do from 8 to 5.
Is that 7 days a week?
Yes, you can do that.
Now, are those the same business hours you have on all of your other listings?
Yes. Actually, I
want
don't.
to match. If you're trying to get an online presence, you want those to match.
You want those to match? Just do 24 hours in. That's what we have it on ours.
Well, your website says something different.
What does it say?
It has 8:30 to 5:30 Monday through Friday only.
Okay, we'll do that then.
Okay, and how many work there with you guys?
It's 3 people. The actual staffs.
All right, and would you like the email showing to the public?
Yes. You can do info@breakthroughflooring8.com.
Okay. I'm assuming you guys take all major credit cards as well as cash?
Yes. Sorry.
No, that's okay. All right. That's set up there. So with creating a free listing, this listing gives you about a 3 to 4 mile coverage area just on YP.com. Right now, we show in Sandy Springs Just on our free listings, we have 748. So at 30 per page, that's going to put you guys in like page 27, 28, somewhere right around in there. That's for your free listing. Again, that gives you a 3 to 4 mile coverage area based on what you're telling me you're looking for to be found in all of Northern Atlanta and improving your Google, Yahoo, and Bing rankings. I certainly see things based on your online presence score that would help, like getting on all of the major platforms like Google, Yahoo, and Bing are searching. And that's something that we offer, of course, outside of the free listing. Help with your reviews. Are you guys using anything to gather and share reviews?
We have like automation set up for the reviews.
Is that through a CRM or you just do an email?
Through a CRM.
Okay. Do you know what CRM you use? Hello?
I'm sorry, yes, as you were saying.
Do you know the CRM that you use?
Yeah, it's called Go High Level.
Go High Level, gotcha. Okay. And customer-wise? Where are you? Yeah, like where are you now? What's your goal? Where would you like to be?
We just want as much jobs as possible, just bring as much revenue. We want to eventually transition to commercial as well.
Okay, so you're doing strictly residential now?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So are you looking to start targeting or marketing to commercial?
We want to do residential for sure. We want to transition into commercial eventually. But I don't know if we want to target that.
Okay, no problem. Do you have an idea of like your revenue or how many customers you serviced in the last 6 months and where you need to be?
Yeah, we brought in terms of how many clients we've had, let me see. See something. $2026, we had about $590,000 worth of revenue. $1.5 million in revenue by the end of the year. Where is it showing the reviews at? Well, that's weird. We have on the Google business profile. It might be because we recently put in the physical location, so it's kind of turned out the business profile because we had to verify it again. But we have about, well, we didn't have an address. We had it was like mobile because we just moved into the office. Not right now. Could you just send the pricing lists of your different offers? Mhm. It's breakthrough4ATL@gmail.com. What's the earliest in the morning tomorrow?
Muito atrasou a gente total. Ver com a cliente a última, aquela que tinha marcado para as 3, se ela pode, com um horário de chegada entre. Peraí, deixa eu ver aqui. Entre 5h30 e 6 horas da tarde. Pede desculpa, fala que não foi nossa intenção, tal, que demorou mais que esperado, mas para 5h30 e 6 funcionaria para ela.
Yeah, I'm just sorry. That's listen. Okay. 7 o'clock. No. Can we do? Do you have a tomorrow? Right? Do you have a 9? Okay, let's do a 9 a.m. And can we keep it like 30 minutes or? Okay, great. Just so easy. Perfect. You can do 678-886-4023. Yeah. To me. One more time, sorry. This is Matheus. It is D Araujo, DE space ARAUJO. Yes. Operations manager. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. On the first one. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. And do you is our listing up now or as well? Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. Have a good one. Bye. Cara, eu tava fazendo network lá com um cara aqui do Construction ali, que acabou de mudar, o Mansani Construction, ele tava me falando de, assim, ele mexe com coisa da estrada, construção da estrada. Mas tava me avisando de como entrar no comercial é achar contractors no comercial e falar sobre sua companhia e começar a entrar nesses projetos. Tem permissão aí para ligar aí para uns contractors aí, comercial, aí introduzir a companhia, falar que a gente tem, não sei, uns 6 crews pronto para trabalhar. O que você acha? Me avisa aí. Ou você quer governo, ou era comercial em geral? Fala aí. Beleza? Eu acabei de mandar uma mensagem para você. Acabei de mandar uma mensagem para você. Não, de boa, preocupa não. Eu sei que você tá busy. Aí, o que eu ia falar, na verdade, você quer que eu ligo pra cliente pra avisar pra ela? Pra ver primeiro? Do estimate? Não, era pra ser às 3, mas a Melissa falou que 5h30. Aí eu ia perguntar, você quer que eu ligo? Aham, eu ligo pra ela e falo. Não foi pra Melissa. Ela não parece que acha muito paciência, não, mas eu vou, eu vou conversar com ela. Aham. Não, só o jeito que ela falava, o jeito que ela conversava, dá pra ver. Era do Thumbtack. Não, tipo, não era do Thumbtack direto. Aparentemente ela viu no Thumbtack e ligou pra companhia diretamente. O quê? Não, esse último aí, às 3, que era pra ser às 3. Que eu, eu tinha marcado o de mais cedo, que você foi, e esse às 3. Beleza. Ainda não. Beleza, eu já liguei pra ela uma vez, mas eu vou ligar de novo. Mas ele te devolve se ela não responder, né? Porque ela não respondeu ninguém, ela mandou mensagem pra 4. Nenhum respondeu. Eles responderam, mas ninguém, ela não respondeu ninguém até agora. Sério? Não, mas mostra aqui. Devolve, devolve. Se eu não responder. Sim. Aqui, ó. Deixa eu ver aqui. Aquela Shiri. Aqui, ó. Por exemplo, aqui, ó. Tá vendo aí? É mesmo? Esse Thumbtack aí é. Vocês têm que checar. Eu acho, checar na conta? Uhum. Vou. Cara, o que eu ia te perguntar, você fala daquele de governo, né? Você também já pensou, era governo comercial ou é só governo mesmo, trabalho de governo? Ah, o comercial também. É porque depende, né? Às vezes tem governo e às vezes é só comercial em geral, né? Aí eu passei lá no office aqui do lado aqui, o do Massani Construction, eles acabaram de entrar aqui. Aí eles, como que fala? Ele me falou, né, assim, o que que ele sugere? Falou pra eu mandar mensagem, conversar com uns general contractors aí de comercial. Falar que a gente é subcontractor, né, de flooring. E mandar informação e jogar uns bids aí nos projetos que eles tiverem. Você acha bom, uma boa ligar para eles aí e ver, tentar? Hum, entendi. Aham. Beleza. Deu jeito de você verificar aí o negócio? Perfeito, então. O piso? Ah, não, eu já mandei mensagem pros caras. Ué, eu liguei, falou que vai falar que vai mandar mensagem até de volta hoje. Se até umas 4h30 eles não responderam, eu mando mensagem, falo. Não, rapaz, tem que ser, né? Senão não vai. Então, meu goal, a estratégia vai ser ligar a lista de maio. Aí, vou ligar pro General Contractors também. Ver se eu consigo. Se a gente consegue pôr o nosso nome aí nos bids aí. Aí vai ser bom demais. Beleza, então eu vou ligar pra cliente primeiro, na verdade. Ver o que ela fala. Ó, não vou mentir, não. Talvez, eu vou falar, talvez ela vai falar não, vai ficar brava. É. Uhum. Beleza. É porque eu tô falando pra ela meio em cima da hora, né? Aí. Beleza. Tá quase chovendo. Ah, tá chovendo mesmo? Achei que você falou o tráfego. Todo tráfego que parece que tá chovendo, achei que você falou. Então, beleza. Tá bom, eu vou ligar lá. É nóis. Hey, is this the Glazer Design and Construction? Hey, we're calling. This is the name of our company is Breakthrough Flooring, sir. And the name of our company is Breakthrough Flooring. And what we want to do is kind of hello. Hey, bro, what? Why? Like I don't understand.
your name and reason for calling. I'll see if this person is available.
Flooring contractor.
Thanks. Please stay on the line.
Hey there, sir. I was calling. We have a construction company and we do subcontracting work. So we just been reaching out. Like, to be honest, we want to get into commercial, and we don't know how to. We were told we talk to general contractors that do commercial, and see how we're able to get bids or something along those lines.
So you're doing using flooring, you said?
Yes, we specialize in hardwood flooring.
Got you. Can you send me your website and contact information and your social media? Send me some details so I can send it.
Yeah, you can see everything, sir. We have plenty of things.
All right.
Yep.
Send me everything you have in the message, and I'm gonna send you and give you a call next year.
Great. Yeah. I mean, I'll follow up every week and then see if we're able to do something. It'll be great.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good one. Hey there, Nick. Hey, I was just calling. This is a flooring company. We're just looking to be subcontractors for commercial projects. So we're reaching out to companies to see kind of how it works. We do flooring, hardwood flooring. Yes, correct. To be honest, we don't really know exactly. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so we have a vendor intake form that we can send over so we can gather all your information and
Yeah.
and it tells you all the documents that we need.
Yeah.
And I can talk to our project managers about if we need help with any flooring projects right now, and then if we do, I'll reach back out to you.
Yeah, I mean, you can take a look at our stuff. We do great work. We have 83 reviews on Google. We're just looking to kind of branch out. So we're reaching out, seeing how we can actually start getting into these different kinds of projects.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I need, did you understand what I said though?
Yeah, you say you're gonna send the vendor form.
Okay, so can I text the number that you called in on?
Yes, that'll be perfect.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'll just do it while we're on the phone.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll save the contact as well, your contact, and then I'll send you information about us.
Okay, you should have received it now.
Let me see. I just texted the account.
If you called through Google,
Yeah, that's probably what.
yeah, so you're not going to be able to text us until we text you, but I just texted you the link, and so can you check to see if you received it?
Oh, let me take a look. I don't know why. I don't think we got it. Would you like to text my number?
Yeah. Give me a sec.
Yeah, no worries whatsoever.
Okay, what's the number?
It's 678-886-4023.
Okay.
Got it now.
Okay, cool. And I just sent the link as well.
Perfect. Yeah. No, we'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and fill this out and reach back out in about a week to see if you guys got all the information.
Okay, that sounds good.
Here, I don't know if I sent you information. I'll send you some information about us as well. Here it is.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Appreciate the call.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, fuck. Hey. Hello.
Hello. Hey, my name's Scott. How you doing?
Good. I know this is for Modernize. We can't do the lead thing right now, but can you reach out back to us in about 2 months? See, we're actually in a month.
I'm not with Modernize. I'm with Networks.
What is that?
We are service, but we're not Modernize.
Yeah, we just can't. We're not doing any buying leads or anything like that right now. We just got in with Angie.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, but we were gonna see the ROI on that, and if anything, we want to. Can you reach out back to us in about a month?
Yeah, I can.
Perfect. All right.
Do
Sounds
you have any
good.
questions you want to ask at all, or?
No. Thank you.
Alrighty. Well, you have a good day.
Have a good one. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Have a good one. I knew she's gonna say that. Oh my gosh. Pergunta aí, rapidão. Você já fez trabalho com o governo?
Não.
Você sabe como funciona?
Assim, mais ou menos, né? Eu nunca ouvi ninguém falar, mas, tipo assim, eu sei que tem vários grants, sabe, que eles fazem, e você tem que mandar um bid, né? Submeter o bid. Geralmente tem alguns trabalhos que fazem sentido, né? Em questão de pra gente, né? Mas outros não. Pra fora não tem muito, eu já falei isso. Pra fora tem bastante. Depende muito do trabalho, mas tem um SAM.gov, que você pode ver o...
Eu acabei de fazer o sign-up também no Open Procurement.
Open Procurement também, mas o SAM.gov tem alguns, aí você olha lá a Florida, você colocar a Florida.
Tipo, tem o código para variar nos projetos, assim.
Você vê, né? Você vê se...
É que eu não sei muito.
Você vê se presta ou não, né? Se é o que é, né? Porque a maioria é tipo assim, like, they do negócio do exército e tal, que não vai prestar. Se for alguma coisa que, tipo assim, the warehouse, que eles têm que fazer, um piso, mas tem muito, igual eu queria entrar, eco housing. Eco housing eu queria entrar, entendeu? Que aí a gente faz as casas. Mas depende muito. Isso aí é achar alguém que entende pra ajudar também, que eu também não entendo, mas o que eu já olhei era isso, mais ou menos, sabe? A gente não achava muita coisa boa que prestasse, entendeu? Você fazer um eco housing, botar a câmera, aí é legal, né?
Entendi. Valeu. Fathers, oh my gosh.
Bora lá no cinema hoje, com o Felipe, assistir o filme. Depois você olha aí qual que tá lá no cinema. Se tem o Toy Story, qual que tem lá? Ou que seja de criança, né?
Go away, bro. I'll go. Pai, os dois aí embaixo é filme de criança. E o Minions e Toy Story não tá no cinema. O Spider-Man é 3 horas, o Odyssey é 3 horas. O One Night Only, esse aí é R. E o Super Troopers eu acho que é até R ou PG-13, que o Felipe não ia gostar. Mas o filme do Paw Patrol vai sair agosto 14. Então, próxima semana vai ter. A próxima. Será que eu posso? Próxima semana eu posso ir também. Aí você me avisa o que você acha. Se quiser assistir esse filme aí da polícia, que eu acho que o Felipe não vai aguentar assistir esses dois em cima aí, que é 3 horas os filmes aí. O R também, hora assim, nem. O Felipe não vai gostar, que é meio assustador. Até umas partes de Homem-Aranha é meio assim. Não é bom pro Felipe assistir. Aí você me avisa aí, o que você acha?
Rapaz, você tá vendo, Matheus? É sobre isso aí. Vamos que vamos pegar esse trabalho do governo.
Aí eu vou treinar o Cloj, eu também vou te mandar as fotos quando tiver os bichos desse projeto, que às vezes compensa e não compensa, né? Aí você me ajuda a determinar, eu treinar o Cloj para analisar qual serviço para você compensa. Por exemplo, o Tantec, né? Você falou, não pega trabalho a menos de 800 square feet. Por exemplo, coisa assim, né, no governo. Tipo, para qualificar.
Ah, então deixa pra semana que vem, porque tem que ser com ele, Matheus. Eu não. Tem jeito, sabe? Eu tenho que ajudar sua mãe lá com ele. O Felipe não dá muito sossego, você sabe, né? É difícil pra mim. Se eu for só em você, fica pesado depois pra ela lá. Então deixa, semana que vem a gente assiste então todo mundo do Paw Patrol.
all the samples are here. No one would have taken anything. Was it darker like those stones? So that's the one actually, because I looked at all the options here. So that's the one that you guys like.
A única coisa que eu tô fazendo aqui, eu tô rodando a lista, né? Tem pessoa do follow-up, tem pessoa do governo, ou general contract, e tem os partners mesmo. Tentando rodar aqui a lista aqui.
Yeah. I mean, you can't. Actually, tomorrow we're going to be doing some preparation, some construction here again. So like not even I'll be here.
Knock this list out.
Telephone number 95245722216. Can't take your call now. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, simply hang up or press pound for further options.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, look at the picture that I sent you. It's going to make more sense because in your home, I think it looked totally different than. I'm going to text one to you right now.
Telephone number 95245722216. Can't take your call now.
Yes, that's the one.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, simply hang up or press pound for further options.
Yeah, so that's the one I really love. But yeah, I can put that one out, and if you guys like to stop by on Thursday, it's totally fine. Yeah, so I will post that document out tomorrow, and then if you guys still like to stop by, you can take a look again on Thursday. You're more than welcome. Okay. All right, and I'll get some more options.
I'm finally back with your daddy today.
Right, 6 hours. Is that shit off? No, obviously not. But what matters is I can stick to it, right? I just find I'm way more productive. I get more shit done when I work out in the morning. So there's more benefit to me going to the gym in the morning because I can work out.
Going door to door isn't such a thing as I have just been recording the whole system, breaking down how we're able to take a business to
Call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up. Call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Matheus, o do House já tinha a conta feita, né? Porque eu tô tentando entrar aqui e ele me deixa, aí ele fala pra eu criar uma conta ou entrar numa conta e eu tenho certeza que eu tô fazendo outra conta desse e-mail. Aí eu queria ter certeza. O do House, o que só precisa é as perguntas e esse negócio de review. tranquilo, é só pra te explicar mesmo, entendeu? É melhor a gente colocar um tempo a mais do que a gente chegar atrasado do que o tempo que a gente já colocou, sabe? Mas eu acho que vai dar certo aqui, porque eu tô vendo se a mulher, ela falou que tá disponível na sexta também, a que a gente ia agora. Então talvez eu vejo se ela pode ser na sexta ao invés de hoje, que aí já vamos direto pra outra. Aí não atrasa tanto, entendeu?
Amanhã dá tranquilo, na parte da tarde. Ali mais 2, horário de Nova York.
Matheus, fala com nós. Deixa eu te falar. Você pode jogar aquele orçamento que eu fiz ontem, o último orçamento ontem no WhatsApp, para poder mandar para cliente, que ela já tá me cobrando aqui. Matheus, fala com nós. Deixa eu te falar. Você pode jogar aquele orçamento que eu fiz ontem, o último orçamento ontem no WhatsApp, para poder mandar para cliente, que ela já tá me cobrando aqui.
Call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Olha, você tem uma caneta meu? Eu tenho que trazer umas canetas. Cara, eu também tenho umas caixas ali, ó. Não, eu tenho lá no carro. Uma caixa, eu trouxe. Eu vou pegar agora. 16. Esse é nem mais aqui, tá?
Matheus, se a gente entrar nesse jogo do governo, não tá pra você. Nós estamos lindos. Matheus, olha lá no calendário, qual o último orçamento lá, tem o nome do cliente. Tô dirigindo agora, não consigo ver.
We want to start doing government contracting for our flooring installation business. We are signing up to SamGov, Open Procurement, and all these other places so we can get these kinds of jobs and get into the government contracting commercial world as well as reaching out to general contractors. And so we saw this page and we want to know how we can get involved so we can accelerate our business for our projected revenue goal by the end of the year. Please reach out to us tomorrow. I'll be calling because we like moving fast and we don't want to take it slow when it comes to increasing the scale of the business. You can see everything through our site, and we really have everything it takes to expand.
Então tá, me avisa se conseguir fazer no sábado. Mas se não, deixa pra segunda então, mais tarde. Já. Beleza? Alô? Então tá bom então. Então tá. Fala. Valeu, Matheus. Vou lá então.
Tá indo já?
Casa pra medir.
Não acaba não?
Nossa, você vai ver. Eu te falo, vocês são três. Eu só sozinho correndo pra lá e pra cá.
Não para.
Para, não.
Não, mas quando crescer, ó, chega num ponto, né? Aí, ó, a gente cresce junto. Aí, ó, eu acho uma pessoa, sabe? Eu posso fazer os contratos.
Pois é, mas
Eu-
então é uma boa ideia mesmo.
É,
Eu tô
vai
precisando
pensando.
de ajuda. Se tiver um amigo seu que queira pra ir vocês estarem trabalhando juntos, seria uma boa ideia. Eu tô precisando de alguém mesmo. Na verdade, what I want to do really is just, here you go. Here's 50% of the company. Here's everything. Just take it in.
Aí você toma conta.
No, you deal with everything. No, of course I would be present, but not as present as I currently am.
Conversa assim, eu tem muitas pessoas que you gotta be creative, sabe? Você tem que saber assim, tipo, porque o Miquel me pôs aqui, mas assim, pra fazer eu fui aprendendo, sabe? Eu falei, ele tem esse assistente virtual que não faz nada. O ponto do marketing é bom, mas não tô fazendo nada também.
Não faz nada.
Aí você que tem que direcionar pra falar aqui, não, você tem que fazer isso aqui pra crescer.
Sim.
Aí se eu achar a pessoa, eu tenho umas pessoas, eu te recomendo. Conversa sincera e fala assim, tipo, você mostra pra ele as coisas, planeja aí.
Por enquanto, eu preciso de uma pessoa que me ajude com office work, admin work, entendeu? Por enquanto. E aí, mas eventualmente essa pessoa começar a vender e tal, e eventualmente gerenciar, entendeu? Então, one step at a time, porque eu vou abrir outro negócio daqui a um tempo. Aí esse negócio eu não quero fechar.
Você tem que pôr um operator, né?
Eu quero um operator para.
Sabe fazer tudo, enquanto você só olha, não, tá certo isso aqui, tá?
Não, mas não é tipo assim, eu vou estar no day-to-day operations, mas tipo assim, na verdade eu não posso estar no day-to-day operations, é só managing mais as outras coisas, porque o day-to-day é o que consome muito tempo.
Sim, você traz a pessoa certa, que tem a criatividade, que sabe, assim, how to manage and overlook the things.
Então é isso. Mas não vamos falando. Valeu, próximo Deus.
Não mexe mais. Nós. Hey there, is this Mr. Patterson?
Yes, who's calling?
This is Breakthrough Flooring. We gave you an estimate a while back, sir. I don't know if you remember or not. Yeah, I was just calling. Part of the job is, looking through a few projects. We saw that we gave you an estimate a while back, and I can tell you what it was. I was just checking up to see what your thoughts are on the project, if you're gonna, if you decided to move forward or, anything along those lines.
Oh no, that lady chose someone else to do the job.
Gotcha. Oh, okay. So it's already.
Yeah, she chose someone else. She
Wait.
told me at the last minute she got someone else to do it.
Gotcha.
Wow.
Well, what? So you're a contractor or remodeler?
I'm a contractor.
Gotcha.
Yep, I'm a contractor. I get all the jobs.
Awesome. I mean, could I send you a bit of like a structure that we have? I really do want you to keep us in mind next time you have a job. We want to be the go-to people to, go and help out.
Yeah, I want you to do the same for me too.
Yeah.
see some remodeling need to be done before the floors. Yeah, we do the same thing.
So wait, you don't.
Renovation. I send you my information. You send me yours.
Yeah, perfect. I'll send you everything, and if you. Yeah. Where are you based out of?
I'm based out of Covington, Georgia.
Covington, Georgia. Oh, okay. So it's a little far because we're in Sandy Springs. I was gonna suggest if you ever want to come by the office and talk a little bit. That doesn't have to be a big talk. And
I can do that too. We can set up a meeting and talk like that. Normally, I go to Marietta. I go all over the place, all over Georgia. I go to Dallas. I go everywhere. My job's everywhere.
Anywhere the job takes you, right?
Yes, Georgia. Yeah.
Perfect. I mean, I'll send you some information then about kind of what we plan on doing, and we would love to be the go-to flooring subcontractor for you, in case you ever need any jobs or anything. We can
That's
take.
what I need. That's what I need. They want to keep everybody busy.
Yeah, let's do it.
That's what I need.
Let me.
Let's set up a time to come back. I think next week, next Tuesday this time.
Next Tuesday?
Set up a meeting. I come out this office.
Next Tuesday, you said? You kind of. What time are you thinking next Tuesday? What time are you thinking next Tuesday, sir?
No, 9, 10 o'clock a.m.
10 or 9? We can do 9.
All right.
Perfect. I'm going to put in my schedule, and I'll send you, like, the place. And if you can't get here, we can just do like, an online meeting. And we can kind of, like, strategize.
Okay. That'll work.
Perfect. Sounds amazing,
right.
Sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll send you some information.
All right. Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Take control of your life. Against all odds, I don't know why we want to take the home throne.
Matheus, marca um meeting com os caras, os corners. Entendeu? Lá no off, tudo mais, pra trocar conversa assim, a pessoa gosta. Entendeu? Aí entrega os cartõezinhos pra pessoa e entregar pros clientes.
Não vou demais. Próxima terça tem um cara que ia vir aqui, mas acabou não vindo. Tem que fazer o follow-up para trazer ele. Vou dar uma ligadinha quando eu estiver saindo do office. Vou mandar um orçamento aqui agora, na verdade, focar nisso. Aí, vou ver aqui. Eu tô quase terminando com essa lista de maio. Mas tem muita pessoa já para mandar follow-up dos follow-ups que eu já dei. Para ligar de volta, tipo esse James aí. Então, próxima terça vai aparecer aqui. Ele é um contractor, né? Aí ele vai fazer subcontracting work para eles. Tem uma forma lá do General. Aí eu tô pondo tudo na lista, essas pessoas diferentes aqui. Muitos desses caras que eu percebi, eles não têm uma pessoa assim, essa pessoa para os trabalhos. Então, né, eu acho que eu vi aqui, né, tipo, o goal aqui, o foco é ser a companhia para realizar os trabalhos que esses contractors aí precisam. Qualquer trabalho que eles tiverem, porque quanto mais a gente aceita, mais assim, mais comum vai ser deles dar mais trabalho, né? Aí a gente vai pegando esses crews aí diferentes, né, igual você já tem, vai mandando pros trabalhos aí. Hey, Mr. David.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Doing so good. You're a contractor, correct? You're a contractor, correct?
Yeah, I do contracting.
Yeah, this is Breakthrough Flooring, the people that just focus on hardwood.
Right, I remember. I'm trying to work on something for you, but
Yep. I wanted to send a message. We're trying to do partnerships with companies. We want to be the main subcontractor when it comes to flooring, for people, and we would love to talk, how we can essentially, become that go-to flooring company for your services, whenever you need it.
Yeah, I got you, but sometimes I personally do flooring as well too.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So you only need it for large scale projects, or?
Right, like when I've got a large project, like sometimes I got a client that it's a townhouse. I don't know when she's gonna be ready. The tenant's supposed to be moving out sometime soon, and they want me to rip up the carpet and start to laminate it.
Yeah.
I don't know how many square feet just yet. Like I said, the tenant's still there. They're supposed to be gone by now on weekend.
Yeah.
So that's why I was asking you how what person in case, because sometimes I get tied up and I need help. Trust me.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand. That's why, we will be here to be of help.
You guys do?
I'm sorry?
Only flooring you guys do?
What kind of flooring you said?
No, it's only flooring you specialize in. That's it.
Yeah, we specialize in flooring solely.
Okay.
We do refinishing, staircase. We do the sanding. And we try to specialize specifically in hardwood, engineered, LVP, vinyl.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So sometimes carpet, but we try to do just the wood, really.
Gotcha. Okay. I thought it because I got so much client in and they want stuff to be done.
Yeah.
I don't know the time right now. I got a client. They need to change. She want to change out her windows.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I was asking you if you do what I can. So,
Yeah. No, we're always game. We're always open for projects. Give us work and we can do it.
Okay.
If you're ever interested, would you want to come, or if you wanted to hop? I don't know. It depends on you if you want to. There's a few contractors that if they want to learn more about us, you can always come to the office and we can talk and discuss different strategies that we can do when we might be of use. We're located in Sandy Springs.
Oh, you all the way on the north side. I'm in Montana.
Oh wow, gotcha.
I'm all the way in Montana.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, but I got your number, so in case I have any project with flooring, I can just go to you and give you the job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, we would love to be the go-to flooring subcontractor for you.
Yeah. But now that I know how much per square foot you charge and all of that, and I have an idea of what's going on, so
yeah,
like I can just
yeah,
prep up the flooring for you, and when you come, you just install. So
yes, if you ever have a list or anything, just go ahead and call us.
I'll definitely reach out to you once I got project that I'm gonna need help with where I cannot manage. I just give it to you.
Perfect. Yeah, and just mark it up, make your percentage, and yeah.
Okay.
We'll both be happy.
Problem. No problem.
Great. Thank you so much, and thank you for calling.
Appreciate it. All right.
Have a good one.
All right.
All right, that's the end of the stream. Okay.